Tonight is for the people who grew tired in small, respectable ways. Not from one great tragedy, not from one dramatic betrayal, but from being the person who answered, stayed, adjusted, softened, and made room. From being the one whose time was easy to borrow, the one whose calm was treated like a public well, the one who kept saying yes a little longer than the heart could bear. There is a quiet sorrow in that kind of life. It does not always look like anger. Sometimes it looks like a hand that trembles while pouring tea. Sometimes it looks like a person who dreads a knock at the door, then feels ashamed for dreading it. Sometimes it is only the strange, private wish to disappear for one evening and belong to no one at all. So tonight, we are not going to speak about hard walls or sharp refusals. We are not going to turn dignity into performance. We are only going to sit beside a softer truth. Sometimes peace begins when a person steps back. Sometimes self-respect arrives quietly, like evening moving across a field, like a lamp turned lower, like a gate drawn closed before the frost. And if you have been afraid that stepping back makes you cold or selfish or unkind, let the night loosen that fear a little. There are forms of giving that become a wound. There are forms of availability that slowly empty the house they live in. There are times when the gentlest thing a soul can do is stop offering itself to every hand. So let your breathing settle. Let the bed hold your weight. Let the stories come one by one. They are about people who were slow to leave the open door, and about the peace that found them when they finally did. Story 1. Eleanor and the lamp kept burning too late. At the edge of a valley where the road often disappeared into mist, Eleanor lived alone in a cottage with 2 front windows and a blue door that had faded almost gray. People in the valley trusted her house. If weather turned rough after dark, travelers looked for the lamp in Eleanor's window. If neighbors quarreled and needed a witness who would not make things worse, they came to Eleanor. If grief had nowhere else to sit, it often sat at her small kitchen table, drinking tea from her plain white cups, while the fire went low and the hour grew late. For many years, Eleanor believed this was simply the shape of a good life. She kept lamp oil in a narrow cupboard by the stove. She trimmed the wick with careful fingers. She listened more than she spoke. She let people arrive half-broken and leave a little lighter. But what she gave away in warmth, she paid for in quiet. She began to notice it in the mornings first. Her body did not wake cleanly. It rose as if pulled from deep water. Her shoulders ached, even on days when she had carried nothing. Sometimes she stood at the sink, watching the steam from the kettle climb into the cold kitchen, and felt a bitterness so small she could barely name it. Then she would feel ashamed, because the people who came were not wicked. Most of them were simply needy in the ordinary human way. One had a son who drank too much. One had a sister who kept vanishing for days. One had debts. One had loneliness. One only needed someone to hear the same sadness for the 7th time. Still, Eleanor felt herself thinning. One night, long after the hills had disappeared into a thick, wet fog, she heard 3 quick knocks at her door. She did not move at once. She sat in the chair beside the window, shawl around her shoulders, and looked at the lamp. Its light was steady, but the oil had run low again. The glass chimney was smudged by use. On the table beside her lay a heel of bread she had not finished, and a letter she had meant to answer 2 weeks before. The whole room carried the weary air of a life interrupted too often. The knocking came again, more certain this time, as if whoever stood outside had no doubt she would open. Eleanor placed one hand over the base of the lamp. It was warm, and in that warmth she felt something sadder than anger. She felt how long she had kept herself lit for other people, how faithfully, how automatically, how little anyone had asked what it cost. She rose, but not to open the door. She lifted the chimney, pinched the wick, lowered the flame until the room became amber, then bronze, then almost dark. Outside, the person waited another moment. Then footsteps moved away through the wet night. Eleanor stood still, listening until even that sound was gone. She had expected guilt to rush in and accuse her. Instead, she felt a silence enter the cottage, like a second fire, low and deep and strangely kind. The room belonged to her again. The chair, the table, the undone letter, the bread, the late hour, all of it returned to its proper owner. She sat back down in the darkened room, and for the first time in many months, she did not feel like a place where strangers came to leave their weather. She felt like a woman inside her own life. The lamp stayed low. Nothing terrible happened. And before long, with the valley still hidden in fog, Eleanor fell asleep in the chair, held by a darkness that asked nothing more from her. Story 2. Martin and the Orchard Path. Everyone used. Martin's orchard lay between the village and the river, so that anyone walking down for water or washing or the long path toward the mills passed close to his land. There had once been only a narrow foot trail along the edge. But Martin was an easy man to ask things from. He did not like trouble. He had his father's patient face and his mother's habit of softening every sentence before he spoke it. So when people first began cutting through the orchard to save time, he said nothing. When they opened the side gate and crossed between the trees, he told himself it was only neighborliness to let them. When children reached up for apples before they were ripe, he looked away. He preferred to feel generous rather than difficult. That was how the path widened. Not all at once, but little by little. Boots flattened the grass. A wheel rut scarred the wet ground after rain. Branches broke where shoulders brushed past. Too carelessly, people stopped asking and started assuming. Even those who barely knew Martin entered as if the orchard were part of the road itself. Soon he spent more time cleaning after passage than tending the trees. He righted baskets knocked over in haste. He gathered fruit dropped and stepped on. He repaired the low stone border by the western row 3 times in one summer because people kept taking the easiest turn with carts they should not have brought through at all. At dusk, when the place should have smelled only of leaves and earth and ripening pears, it often smelled of other people's hurry. One afternoon, after a morning of rain, Martin came out and found the ground near the youngest trees stamped into mud. Someone had forced a barrow through the soft row again. A thin branch had snapped clean off one of the pear trees he had grafted with his father years before. He stood there a long time, his hand on the broken place. Nothing in him rose toward fury. What rose instead was exhaustion, old and simple. The kind that comes when a person sees clearly that what is being taken is not only fruit, not only space, but the sense that something may remain undisturbed if it belongs to you. That evening, he fetched an old iron latch from the shed. It had been lying in a box with bent nails and rusted hinges and bits of forgotten hardware. He cleaned it with oil. He fixed it to the orchard gate while the air cooled and swallows looped low across the field. The next morning, when the first villager arrived and found the gate closed, Martin was in the orchard with a basket over one arm. The man laughed lightly and said, "Forgot to leave it open?" Martin looked at him, then at the trees. "No," he said. "Nothing more." The man stood there awkwardly for a moment, then turned and took the road around. That happened again and again over the following days. Some people seemed surprised, some mildly offended, some did not comment at all. They simply found other ways to the river, other ground to cross, other shortcuts to depend on. Inside the orchard, the change was slow but unmistakable. Grass began to recover its shape. Moss returned along the stones. Fallen fruit lay where it landed until Martin himself chose whether to gather it. The young trees stood without constant brushing and breakage. The whole place grew quieter, not in a lonely way, but in its own true way. Martin discovered that peace has a sound. It was there in the bees moving among late blossoms, in the mild creak of branches after sunset, in the gentle thud of ripe pears dropping into grass instead of onto a path made by people who never meant harm yet never carried the cost either. When he closed the gate at dusk now, he did it without drama. It was not revenge. It was simply the first honest thing he had done for the orchard in a long while. And in caring for what was his without apology, he found that something inside him also began to grow back. Story 3. Sister Agnes and the Room Without a Latch. In the convent, Sister Agnes was known as a peaceful woman. She was not the oldest nun, nor the wisest, nor the most learned. But she had a face people trusted. She listened without interruption. She had a way of making hurried voices become slower. Young novices brought her their confusions. Older sisters brought their tiredness, which they disguised as complaints about chores or weather or kitchen matters. Agnes received them all. Her room was on the second floor at the end of a corridor that caught the afternoon light. It held very little. A narrow bed, a basin, a small wooden desk, one shelf of devotional books, a chair by the window that looked over the inner garden where rosemary grew beside the wall. Because she was gentle, the door was often open. At first, this seemed natural to her. A convent was a life of service, a life of interruption, a life in which one did not belong wholly to oneself. She accepted this with sincerity. But sincerity does not keep a person from weariness. Some mornings before prayer, one sister would stop to ask if Agnes could help speak to another sister about a misunderstanding in the laundry room. After breakfast, a novice might come and cry over homesickness. By midday, someone else wanted help composing a letter, or sorting a fear, or rethinking a conversation with the abbess. By evening, Agnes sometimes felt that the room had been entered so many times that even the air no longer felt private. She would sit at her desk after Compline and realize that she had gone the entire day without once hearing the shape of her own thoughts unfold to the end. What troubled her most was not only the interruption, it was the shame of needing less access. She worried that solitude, if chosen too clearly, would expose some hidden hardness in her, that closing the door would mean closing the heart, that to remain kind, she must remain available. So she kept allowing the little intrusions, the soft knocks that did not wait for an answer, the conversations that began with, "Just a moment, sister," and took half an hour, the habit others had formed of treating her room as an extension of their own unrest. One winter afternoon, after several days of poor sleep, Agnes returned from the chapel to find two sisters sitting in her room without her, warming themselves and speaking in low voices over a difficulty that had nothing to do with her at all. They smiled when they saw her, as if the room itself had welcomed them. Agnes smiled back. Then she felt not anger, but a deep inward slipping, as though some last interior board had loosened beneath her feet. That evening she carried her water basin upstairs. She washed, folded her outer garments, straightened the books on the shelf. Then she stood with her hand on the door. There was no latch, only a simple wooden panel with a worn iron handle, polished by years of use. She closed it. Just that. Not slammed, not barred, simply closed. The sound it made was small, almost modest. Yet when the door met the frame, the whole room changed. The silence settled differently. The candlelight seemed steadier. Even the narrow bed by the wall looked less like part of a corridor and more like the resting place of an actual life. A little later, someone tapped softly. Agnes did not answer at once. The hand remained on the other side for a moment, then withdrew. She sat by the window while dusk gathered over the garden. For the first time in longer than she could remember, the room did not feel borrowed. It felt inhabited. And in that simple closed door, Agnes understood something her piety had long hidden from her. A soul can be devoted and still require a threshold. A quiet life can still need a boundary. And God, who made cedar trees and winter fields and the wide hush between stars, had never asked every good thing to remain open at all hours. Agnes blew out the candle when it burned low. The room stayed closed through the night. Inside it, her thoughts returned gently, one by one, like birds coming back to a cloister roof after rain. Story 4. Jonah and the Harbor Bench. He finally left empty. Jonah lived in a town where the harbor gathered all kinds of weariness. Men came back from the sea with silence in them. Merchants came back with worry. Wives came down to the water's edge carrying rumors or dread. Young men with restless hearts sat staring at ships they could not afford to join. Old fishermen came to remember their strength while pretending only to watch the tide. At the edge of the quay stood a bench silvered by salt and weather. Jonah sat there so often that people began to look for him the way other towns might look for a bell tower or a lamp. He was dependable company. Not cheerful exactly, but steady. He knew how to sit beside a troubled person without demanding they brighten. He knew how to listen without turning another's pain into a story about himself. So people kept choosing the bench where Jonah sat. They told him about sons who had not returned letters, about bad catches, about marriages gone dry, about the fear of winter, about debts, about bodies that were no longer strong enough for nets or hauling lines. Jonah took all this in with the grave patience that had once made him seem strong even to himself. But strength can become a role, and a role can become a kind of trap. He started to notice that people recognized him less as a man than as a place to put things. They arrived full and left emptier. While he rose from the bench, feeling as if he had been used as part of the harbor furniture, another piece of weathered wood built to bear weight. At home, he had little speech left for his own evenings. He ate in silence, sat by the window, slept badly. When morning came, he put on his coat and went down to the quay again, as if the bench had become a duty he no longer remembered agreeing to. One twilight in late autumn, the tide was running out, and the whole harbor had that gray-violet color water takes just before the light fails. A man approached Jonah with the slow posture of someone ready to unload another burden. Jonah saw him coming. He he also saw, almost in the same instant, the narrow road climbing toward the hill where his house stood, the first lamps in a few high windows, the gulls turning inland, the fact that he was so tired he could feel the tiredness in his jaw. The man reached the bench. Jonah stood. "Heading home already?" the man asked, surprised. Jonah looked once at the water, once at the empty space on the bench beside him. "Yes," he said. He did not apologize. He did not explain that his tiredness had become too old to hide. He did not offer tomorrow as compensation. He simply walked away. The first few steps felt heavy, almost disloyal, not because he had abandoned anyone in real danger, but because he had left behind the version of himself the harbor had come to expect. Halfway up the hill, the harbor sounds thinned. Voices blurred into distance, rope hit mast somewhere below. Then even that faded. The evening air on the upper road was colder and cleaner. Jonah stopped once and turned back. The bench was still there, dark against the water. Empty. And in that emptiness he saw something he had missed for years. The bench did not require him. The harbor would continue its grief and trade and tides without his constant body offered up to it. The world had not split because one tired man went home before night fully fell. Jonah kept walking. In his small kitchen, he lit no extra lamp, invited no one in, and let the quiet gather around him like dry wool. He sat with both hands wrapped around a cup of hot broth and felt a sadness he did not resist. It was the sadness of stepping out of a role that had once given him meaning, but beneath it was relief. Clean, steady relief. And when he slept that night, he slept as a man with a name and a body and a home of his own, not as the harbor's patient bench in human form. By then the pattern has become clear. A life can be worn down not only by cruelty, but by constant permission, by being too easy to enter, too easy to lean against, too practiced in saying it is all right, long after it is no longer all right. There is grief in noticing this, because the open-handed self is often the self we were praised for, the useful self, the calm self, the one who could always be counted on. To step back from that can feel at first like stepping away from goodness itself. But goodness and endless access are not the same thing. A lamp may be kind and still need oil. An orchard may feed people and still need a gate. A room used for prayer may still require a closed door. A man may listen deeply and still go home before he disappears inside other people's sorrow. So if these stories stir any ache in you, let the ache remain gentle. It may only be the old shape of your life loosening. And what comes after loosening is not always emptiness. Sometimes it is room. Story 5. Clara and the Sewing Table. No one asked about. Clara lived in a family house where every room had once belonged to too many people. Though most of them were gone now, their habits lingered. A shawl still hung near the back door, though no one wore it. An old clock clicked in the hallway with a patience that felt almost accusing. Voices had faded, but expectation had not. Clara's sewing table stood near the front window for years. It was a good table, scarred by scissors and pins and a burn mark from an iron long replaced. There she mended sleeves, altered hems, re-sewed loose buttons, patched children's coats, took in waists, let out seams, and listened while relatives spoke over her bent shoulders as if her listening came free with the work. No one said Clara must do all this. That was part of the problem. Requests came wrapped in affection, in family shorthand, in the easy tone reserved for labor people no longer see clearly because it has become too dependable. While you're at the table anyway, since you're so good with these things, it won't take long for you. Clara accepted them because refusal felt larger in her mouth than acceptance. Also because she loved the work once. She loved cloth, loved the quiet intelligence of hands learning a seam, loved the way a torn thing could be guided back into usefulness with patience and small, exact movements. But love changes when it is constantly claimed by others. Her own pieces began to gather in a separate stack and wait for a time that never came. The linen runner she wanted to embroider with winter branches, a blue dress needing only a final hem, a pillow cover she had imagined stitching for herself with tiny white stars. These sat folded at the far corner of the table while the family work moved ahead of them again and again. One afternoon, her niece arrived with 2 shirts, then remembered a skirt in need of mending, then added as an afterthought that a neighbor might also have something Clara could fix if she had time. Clara nodded the way she usually did. After the girl left, the house became still. Dust moved slowly in the light. The clock in the hall clicked on. Clara looked at the pile before her and then at the small folded bundle of her own unfinished linen beneath it. She laid one hand on that bundle and felt with startling force how long she had been postponing herself in neat, acceptable increments, not through disaster, through habit. That evening she cleared the sewing table completely. She did not announce anything to the family. She did not refuse the world. In one brave speech, she carried the table, piece by piece, to the back room overlooking the pear tree and the low wall where ivy grew. It took time. The table was heavier than it looked. She scraped a leg against the floor, had to stop and rest once. Yet each trip felt oddly peaceful. By nightfall, the front window stood empty. The next day, when a cousin arrived with a basket of clothes, Clara met her at the door. "I am sewing less for other people now," she said. The cousin blinked, smiled uncertainly, and said she had not realized Clara was so busy. Clara almost laughed at that, not out of mockery, out of the strange tenderness of hearing how invisible her labor had become. In the back room, the table sat beneath a quieter light. Clara opened her own folded linen at last. She threaded a needle, made the first careful stitch of the winter branch pattern she had been carrying in her head for nearly a year. The work felt different there. Not public, not interrupted, not already half promised away. As dusk deepened outside the back window, she stitched in silence, and each small white branch seemed to return some thin, lost thread of self-respect to her hands. By the time the first stars appeared, Clara understood that she had not hidden her gift. She had merely brought it home. Story 6. Daniel and the Road. He walked alone at dusk. Daniel was the sort of man people called dependable, with genuine affection. He knew the roads between the villages, the shortest ways through coppiced woods, the stream crossings that held in spring, and the ones that did not. If a cart axle broke, Daniel was sent for. If a cousin needed meeting at the station road after dark, Daniel would go. If an elderly neighbor needed medicine from town, Daniel made the trip. If someone feared walking home alone, Daniel found a lantern and said he was heading that way anyway. It became a shape his life settled into. The man who could be counted on. The trouble was not that he hated helping. Often he did not. The trouble was that no one noticed how completely his days were built around the assumption of his readiness. His own errands waited. His own evenings shrank. His own thoughts were always being set aside mid-sentence because another need had appeared at the gate. At first he wore this lightly. Then one year, his sister's children fell ill one after another through autumn. His brother took on work too far from home. 2 neighbors lost their horses within a month, and an aging uncle began sending for Daniel over matters so small they would once have embarrassed him. Daniel kept going, road after road, field after field. One request folded into the next, until his life no longer felt chosen. It felt assigned. He began to dread the sound of his own name being called from across a yard. Then came the guilt, because the people asking were not always unreasonable. Need rarely looks unreasonable from the inside. That was what made it hard. Daniel could justify nearly every request if he examined it alone. Yet, taken together, they had started to consume him. One evening, near winter, after delivering a parcel to the widow beyond the chapel lane, Daniel found himself at the fork where the common road turned east toward home and a lesser track went west along the ridge. The ridge road was longer, stonier, and led nowhere useful before circling back through open ground. He knew this. He also knew that if he took the east road, he would pass his brother's house, where there might be another favor waiting. Then the mill lane, where someone might remember the broken cart. Then the square, where questions gathered like crows at day's end. The west road held none of that. Only hedges gone dark with evening, bare trees, wind over the ridge. No witness, no use. Daniel stood with the lantern in his hand and watched the last light thin over the fields. Then he turned west. The first stretch felt almost illicit. He had no reason to be there except that he wanted, for 1 hour, to belong to his own footsteps. The track rose gently. Gravel shifted under his boots. Distant roofs sank lower behind him. Before long, the village sounds disappeared, and there was only wind brushing the winter grass. Daniel walked slower than usual. No one was waiting at the end of this road. No task would be completed by it. No one would praise him for taking it. Yet with every step, some inner tightening loosened. He realized how rarely he moved without being claimed by purpose. At the ridge top, he stopped. The last strip of gold had left the horizon. The lantern made a small circle around his boots. Beyond it, the fields spread dark and quiet, patient, as if the world had never once demanded that he hurry. Daniel stood there until cold reached through his coat. Then he turned back and came home by the long way. No one knew where he had been. No one needed to. That night, when another knock came after supper, Daniel remained seated by the hearth until someone else in the house answered it. It was a small thing, almost nothing. Yet it carried the same feeling as the ridge road at dusk. A life does not always change through declaration. Sometimes it changes because one tired person chooses again and again not to go where he is automatically expected. And under those small refusals, a self long buried beneath usefulness begins to breathe. Story 7. Ruth and the Winter Garden Gate. Ruth did not learn boundaries young. By the time she began to understand them, her hair had already turned the color of ash wood and first frost. She lived in a stone house beyond the church lane, where a winter garden stretched behind a low wall. It was not grand. A few evergreen shrubs, bare rose canes, lavender gone gray, birch trees with white trunks, bright even under cloud. In warmer months, the place invited visitors without effort. In winter, it became quieter, almost severe, which Ruth secretly preferred. For most of her adult life, she had been a woman people leaned on without ceremony. Children, then grandchildren, then neighbors, then friends of neighbors. She had been the keeper of spare keys, spare blankets, spare patience, spare afternoons. Her face had become associated with welcome, her home with tea, her listening with safety. It was a decent life, and much in it had been given willingly. But in old age, willingness had started to fray. She noticed how tired she felt after company now, even kind company. How irritated she became when someone arrived unannounced and made themselves comfortable before truly looking at her. How often she longed, after closing the door on a guest, to walk into the garden and stand where no one expected conversation from her at all. What saddened her was not merely the fatigue. It was the late realization that she had taught nearly everyone around her to cross into her inner life without knocking. Not because they were heartless, because she had made entrance look so natural. One morning after a heavy snowfall, Ruth woke early and looked from the kitchen window at the garden gate hanging half open under the weight of white. Tracks crossed the path beyond it. Someone had come through the previous day, perhaps the twins from next door, perhaps Mrs. Bell from the lane, perhaps no one she would ever identify. The snow had blurred the prints now, but the feeling remained. That old, unasked for entering. Ruth put on her coat and gloves and stepped out while the air was still blue with morning cold. The snow in the garden held the soft hush only winter knows. A hush so complete it seems to lower even the thoughts inside the mind. She walked to the gate. Its hinges were stiff. Frost clung to the latch. Birch branches clicked lightly above the wall. Ruth stood there longer than necessary, one hand on the wood. So much of her life passed through her then that it hardly felt like memory. People at the back door, people at the kitchen table, people speaking into her evenings, as if the room had been kept ready for them by right. The long habit of answering before choosing. The way love had slowly braided itself with access until the two seemed impossible to separate. She did love many of those people. That was why the lesson had taken so long. Love does not always know when it has become too porous. At last Ruth pulled the gate closed. The latch fell into place with a quiet metal click. Nothing in the world changed, except that one small sound. Yet as she stood within the enclosed winter garden, a feeling moved through her so deep she had to sit down on the cold bench beneath the birch. It was not triumph. It was not even relief at first. It was grief. Grief for the years in which she had mistaken being endlessly reachable for being good. Grief for the late hour at which she was learning to guard the remaining piece of her life. Grief, too, for the part of her that still feared someone might think her less loving now. She let the grief be there. Snow rested on the wall. A bird landed in the hedge and disappeared. Beyond the gate, the lane remained empty. Gradually, the grief softened. Under it was a quiet she had never fully allowed herself to keep. It moved through the winter garden like pale light through cloud. Ruth lifted one gloved hand and laid it against the bench beside her, as though reassuring the older, more tired self who had finally come here to sit undisturbed. It was late. Yes, but not too late. The gate was closed. The garden was still. The day had not yet begun making its claims. And for one long silver morning, Ruth belonged only to God, the birch trees, the snow, and her own remaining life. Story 8. Samuel and the Workshop. Key. He stopped lending. Samuel kept a carpentry workshop behind his house, a long, low room with a slate roof and 2 narrow windows that held the pale winter light until late afternoon. Inside, everything had its place. Planes hung from pegs, worn smooth by years of use. Chisels lay in a shallow drawer lined with old felt. Curling strips of pine and oak collected under the bench like ribbons gone dull with sawdust. In the cold months, he liked to arrive before sunrise, when the yard was still hard with frost and the day had not yet begun asking anything from him. He would unlock the workshop, stand for a moment in the familiar smell of timber and resin, then light the stove and wait for the room to soften into warmth. This was the steadiest part of his life. Not because it made him rich. It did not. He repaired chairs, built shelves, rehung doors, made tables sturdy enough to pass through generations without anyone praising them much. But the workshop gave his days a shape he trusted. Wood answered patience. Tools kept their own plain logic. A board badly cut could not be persuaded by politeness. It had to be faced honestly, then recut or planed or set aside. Perhaps because Samuel was known as careful, people began asking to borrow things. At first it was harmless enough. A neighbor needed a mallet, a cousin wanted the brace and bit for an afternoon. Someone from the next lane asked if he might use the bench just once because there was better light in Samuel's shop than in his shed. Samuel rarely refused. He knew what it was to need help finishing a job. He told himself tools were made to be used. So he lent them. Then he lent the key. Not formally, never in one grand decision. It happened through small, trusting gestures. He would be away delivering a cabinet and say, "If you need the draw knife, the key is under the flower pot." Or he would leave early for market and tell a nephew, "Use the back room if you like, just put things back where they belong." People thanked him, some even meant to be careful. Yet over time the workshop stopped feeling fully his. He would come in and find the square left under a pile of offcuts, the clamps returned damp, the bench nicked by hurried work. Once, a good ash board he had been saving for a cradle was cut into common shelf lengths because someone assumed any timber leaning by the wall was spare. Another time he reached for his sharpest chisel and found the edge turned because a neighbor had used it on old paint and not known the difference. These were not disasters. That was what made them hard to protest. Each single incident could be dismissed. An inconvenience, a misunderstanding, a thing not worth making people uncomfortable over. But inconvenience, repeated enough, becomes a quiet theft of spirit. Samuel started to dread entering the workshop after being away. He would notice small disturbances immediately: the wrong broom against the wall, a mug ring on the bench, a drawer left half open, sawdust from someone else's project lying across the grain he had meant to study that morning. The room still smelled of wood, but not always of his work, and his own rhythm began to break apart. He lost whole mornings looking for misplaced tools or restoring edges dulled by careless hands. Jobs took longer, his patience thinned. At supper he grew quiet, in a way his sister noticed but did not question. One freezing morning in late January, he went out before dawn, key in hand, breath white in the dark. The workshop door was already unlatched. Inside, the stove was cold, but someone had clearly been there the evening before. The lamp wick had burned down. A rough frame for chicken wire leaned crooked against the bench. His marking knife was missing. On the floor lay muddy prints already drying into the boards. Samuel stood still with one gloved hand on the door. Nothing dramatic moved through him, no rage, no speech. Only a deep tiredness, heavier than the cold. He looked at the bench where he had planned to spend the morning fitting small walnut joints for a writing desk. He looked at the shavings from someone else's rush, at the muddy heel marks, at the open drawer hanging slightly crooked from having been yanked too hard. And he felt with great clarity that he had not merely been lending tools. He had been lending the room that kept him steady. He lit the stove anyway, swept the floor, set the frame aside, searched for the missing knife until he found it under a sack of nails. Then he stood by the window while frost slowly thinned on the glass and let the truth settle in him. By midday, he had made a small wooden box with compartments for the keys that matched his drawers and cabinets. It was not fine work, just neat work, exact enough to please him. Then he walked to the ironmonger and bought a new lock for the outer door. The next morning he changed it. People noticed quickly. A neighbor came by around noon and rattled the handle, then peered through the glass. Samuel opened the door, only a little. "I was hoping to use the bench for an hour," the man said. "Couldn't get in." Samuel nodded. "I know," he said. The man waited, expecting explanation. Samuel gave none at first. He did not want to turn the moment into accusation. At last he said, "I'm keeping the workshop to my own work now." The neighbor looked puzzled, perhaps a little stung, but not deeply enough to argue. He shrugged, said he supposed he would manage elsewhere, and went on down the path. That scene repeated itself in different forms over the next 2 weeks. A nephew wanted to borrow the good saw. A cousin asked if the old arrangement had changed. Someone laughed and said Samuel had turned protective in his old age. He answered each gently, yes, the arrangement had changed. Yes, he needed the room to himself. No, nothing was wrong. After a while, people stopped asking, with the same easy assumption. Inside the workshop, something quiet began repairing itself. Tools remained where he placed them. The morning bench held only the work he had chosen. The drawers closed cleanly. Boards stayed stacked in the order he intended to use them. He could leave a half-shaped table leg on the trestles and know it would greet him in the same position at dawn. Even the stove seemed easier to light in a room no longer crossed by the residue of other people's haste. One pale morning in February, he unlocked the new door and stood for a moment before entering. The yard was white with old frost. A thrush sounded once from the wall. Through the window he could see the bench lying in a gray-blue band of early light. The planes above it, the shelf of glued joints, drying in silence. He felt a tenderness then that surprised him. Not for the tools, not even for the room itself, for the part of him that had known, long before he admitted it, that care requires limits. He stepped inside, shut the door, and turned the key from the inner side. The sound was small, clean metal, wood settling back into frame. Then he set a board on the bench and began to plane it, long strokes, thin curls, gathering at his feet. The work moved steadily through his hands. Outside, the day brightened. Somewhere down the lane a cart passed and voices rose, then faded. None of it entered the room unless he wished it to. Samuel understood, as the shavings curled and fell, that self-respect sometimes begins in very ordinary places, not in speeches, not in quarrels, in a key kept where it belongs, in a door no longer left open by habit, in the quiet decision to stop giving away access to the thing that keeps your own life joined true. By noon, the tabletop he was working on had taken shape, smooth and level beneath his palms. He ran one hand over the grain and felt no guilt at all, only steadiness, only the peace of a room returned to its rightful use. Story 9. Lydia and the Sunday Chair. By the back window. Lydia's favorite chair stood by the back window of her house, where Sunday light arrived gently, afternoon, and stayed until the first blue-gray of evening. It was not an elegant chair. The arms were rubbed pale where years of hands had rested. The cushion had been mended twice. One leg had a slight outward slant that made the whole chair creak softly if she leaned too far to the right, but it was set in the one corner of the house that seemed to receive silence kindly. From there, Lydia could see the pear tree, the stone bird bath, and the far hedge that divided her yard from the Miller family's field. In winter, the branches drew black lines against the sky, and spring sparrows vanished into the green. On some Sundays, if the wind came from the right direction, she could hear the church bells fade in the distance just as she set down her teacup. For many years, she had imagined that after Sunday dinner, she would sit in that chair for an hour, with nothing required of her, just 1 hour. Tea cooling slowly, a book half open, no voices crossing the room toward her, no one asking what she thought, what she remembered, what should be done about next week or last week, or the small unrests of family life. But the hour rarely remained hers. After church, there were visits, then longer visits because no one wished to leave too quickly and appear ungrateful. Children spilled into the back room with biscuits. Grandchildren wanted stories. Her sister wanted to revisit some old grievance in a softened, harmless tone that still managed to leave a residue behind. Her son came to ask practical advice while pretending he had only stopped by for tea. Even when people loved her sincerely, they approached her Sunday quiet as if it were an available surface, like a cleared table waiting to be used. Lydia made it easy. That was the plain truth. She moved aside books when coats needed laying down, poured one more cup, asked one more kind question, stayed seated in her own chair while the room slowly filled around her until the hour she had inwardly saved for herself had already passed into other hands. No one took it by force. It vanished through expectation. As the years went on, Lydia began to feel Sunday afternoon before it even arrived. By late morning, she could sense the shape of the coming depletion, small but dependable. She would clear plates after dinner and glance toward the chair by the back window with a longing so modest it almost broke her heart. One wet Sunday in early March, the bells had barely stopped when her daughter arrived with 2 children and the quick, apologetic energy of someone who planned to stay longer than she admitted. Soon after, Lydia's brother called in on his way home. Then Mrs. Bell from 2 lanes over came to return a serving dish and was naturally persuaded to sit a while. The house filled with damp coats, talk, crumbs, and overlapping concerns. None of it was unbearable. All of it was familiar. Lydia sat in the back window chair and listened as she always did. At some point she looked down and saw that her own teacup had gone cold without her tasting more than 2 sips. A child had placed a toy horse on the windowsill. Her book lay face down under a shawl someone had set there by accident. Her brother was discussing roof repairs in the patient tone that meant he expected her moral support more than her opinion. And suddenly Lydia felt not anger, but absence, as if she herself had failed to arrive at the afternoon. She had been present for all along. That evening, after the visitors were gone and the cups washed, she sat again in the chair by the dark window. The house smelled faintly of tea leaves and wet wool. The silence after company carried its usual fatigue. Yet, beneath the fatigue was a simple thought she could no longer put away. If she did not protect that 1 hour, no one else would even know it existed. The following Sunday she prepared differently. She set her teapot on the small round table by the chair before church, laid her book beside it, and closed the back room door halfway, not as a barrier exactly, but as a sign even she herself could not easily ignore. After dinner, she told her daughter with a calmness that surprised them both, "I am taking one quiet hour by the back window before anyone comes in. After that, you may come for tea if you like." Her daughter blinked and said, "Of course," with the slight confusion of someone realizing there had been a custom she had never noticed breaking. Lydia went into the back room and sat down. At first, the hour felt fragile. She kept expecting interruption. A knock, a voice, the quick opening of the door accompanied by apology that was not really apology at all. She could hear movement in the kitchen, a chair scraping, a cupboard closing, then the ordinary sounds settled. She poured tea, opened her book, read half a page, then another. The church bells were long finished, but their memory still seemed to hang somewhere above the village roofs. Outside, a pale wind moved through the pear tree. Sun touched the far hedge and then withdrew. Nothing happened. No one came in. Lydia looked up from the page and felt an ache rise in her unexpectedly. Not because the hour was unpleasant, because it was so gentle, and she had gone so many years without allowing herself to keep it. She sat very still with both hands around the teacup and let the feeling pass through. It was grief, yes, but not only grief. It was also recognition. The sort that arrives late and quietly when a person finally understands the shape of one small, unlived part of life. After that first Sunday, she kept the hour, not rigidly, not as punishment for anyone, simply as a piece of time returned to its rightful owner. Some Sundays, family still came. Children still laughed in the kitchen. Her brother still wandered in with long stories that took the shape of complaints halfway through. Mrs. Bell still appeared now and then with cake or gossip or both. But people learned, sooner than Lydia expected, that the back room hour was spoken for. They adjusted. The world always adjusts more than a tired heart thinks it will. And in that recurring hour, Lydia found a peace different from solitude stolen in desperation. This peace was chosen ahead of time, protected before it could be worn thin. It gave the rest of the afternoon a different color. When she joined the others later for tea, she did so as herself, not as a room already emptied. Sometimes she read, sometimes she prayed without formal words. Sometimes she only watched the light drift down the back window while the tea cooled slowly and the house remained for one faithful hour each week, unable to claim her. Years later, when age made the stairs harder and her hands less steady, she still kept the Sunday chair, even if the hours shortened, even if she only sat with the cup warming her palms and the book unopened in her lap, because by then she knew what the younger Lydia had not. A life may be given generously and still contain a corner not offered away. A loving woman may still reserve one small room of time where no one enters first. And peace can begin there by a back window, while church bells fade and tea cools and the late light rests without asking anything more. Story 10. Peter and the Ledger. He left unopened at night. Peter kept a narrow shop at the corner where the village road bent toward the bridge. It sold plain, useful things: lamp oil, soap, twine, flour in smaller sacks for those who could not carry much, nails by weight, ink, needles, candles in bundles tied with rough string. Nothing in the shop was beautiful exactly, but everything had its place, and Peter took comfort in that. He opened the shutters at dawn, swept the threshold, measured sugar with practiced hands, marked purchases carefully in the ledger he kept beneath the counter, a thick brown book with pages gone soft at the edges from years of use. People trusted Peter because he was exact. If a widow forgot what she owed, Peter remembered without humiliating her. If a farmer needed to carry payment over one more week, Peter noted it quietly and turned the page. If someone wanted advice about how many boards, how much rope, how much paraffin, how much seed, Peter would do the numbers in his head and then again on paper, making sure no one went home with less than needed. He was not a wealthy man, nor a grand one, but he had become, without meaning to, a place where unfinished things were brought for sorting. At first this seemed no great burden. The shop was open anyway. Questions were part of trade. Yet over time the asking spread beyond trade. A cousin arrived after supper with household sums. She wanted checked because Peter was good with figures. A neighbor stopped by just as he was lowering the shutters to ask if Peter might look over a letter about rent. Someone else wanted help reckoning labor costs. Another wanted Peter to settle a family disagreement by deciding what share of grain was fair. Then came those who did not even pretend to need goods at all. They came because Peter had a lamp on and a ledger open and a mind that seemed capable of holding loose ends until other people felt less troubled by them. Many evenings, the day refused to end. Peter would close the till, wipe down the counter, and feel the first inward movement toward rest, only to hear footsteps at the door and know from the pace alone that someone had come not to buy but to bring a burden that had ripened too late for its proper hour. Because he disliked seeming ungenerous, he let them in. Then he sat at the counter with the ledger reopened, lamp drawing a yellow circle over the page, while someone explained figures that were not his, worries that were not his, consequences that would not finally fall to him, no matter how carefully he added the columns. It was not only numbers. It was the feeling of the day being pried back open. His shoulders began to tighten each night as dusk came on. The simple act of lowering the shutters no longer brought peace. It brought anticipation, a small dread. He started delaying his own supper because interruption seemed easier before he had tried to rest. He slept with some still moving in his head. Rows of figures crossing through dreams that should have held no arithmetic at all. One wet evening in February, he had just banked the stove and drawn the shutters when he heard a knock. On the steps stood Mr. Harlan from the next road, hat dark with rain, holding 3 folded papers gone limp from damp. "Sorry to bother you so late," he said, though his tone carried the old confidence of a man who believed he would, of course, be let in. "I only need a few minutes. I can't make sense of these accounts, and I thought if anyone could straighten them, you could." Peter looked past him at the rain shining under the street lamp. He looked at the ledger already laid out on the counter from his own day's work. He looked at the cup, waiting by the stove in the back room, where hot broth had likely gone only warm by now. Then he noticed, with a weariness so clear it almost felt like calm, that the whole shape of the moment had repeated too many times. Someone else's late confusion. His own evening opened like a drawer, the quiet given away before it had even settled. He invited Mr. Harlan inside out of habit, but when the man spread the papers across the counter and Peter reached for the ledger, his hand stopped. He rested it on the cover instead. The book was warm from the room, heavy under his palm. For years that ledger had held the proper work of the shop. But now it had begun to stand for something else too, the strange expectation that Peter's mind should remain available wherever other people's days had gone untended. He closed it, not sharply, simply closed it and drew it toward himself. Mr. Harlan paused mid-sentence. Peter said with more gentleness than force, "I don't do this at night anymore." The other man blinked. "It won't take long." Peter almost smiled at that. So many takings begin with that phrase. "Even so," he said, "not at night. If you still need help, come tomorrow while the shop is open." Rain ticked against the shutters. The stove clicked softly as its metal cooled. Mr. Harlan looked mildly embarrassed, perhaps mildly inconvenienced, but not ruined, not harmed in any true way. He gathered the papers, muttered that tomorrow would do, and stepped back into the wet lane. Peter barred the door. Then he stood in the middle of the shop and felt something loosen in him that had been clenched for years. The room looked different after that, though nothing visible had changed. The jars on the shelves, the spool drawer, the hanging scale, the ledger on the counter, all the same. Yet the air held a boundary now. Evening had become evening again, not merely an extension of other people's unfinished demands. In the weeks that followed, a few others tested the old pattern. Peter answered them the same way. "Come tomorrow while the shop is open. Bring it in daylight. Bring it while the ledgers belong to trade, and not to the last, tired hour of a man's mind." Most accepted this more easily than he had feared. That was the quiet surprise. The world often leans as far as it is allowed, then steadies itself when the edge is finally named. Soon Peter found that closing the shutters restored its former meaning. He swept, latched the till, set the ledger beneath the counter instead of reopening it under the lamp, went into the back room while broth was still hot, ate slowly, sometimes read, sometimes sat without thinking any thought that needed columns under it. One evening he left the ledger unopened on the counter until morning. The sight of it there, waiting untouched in the darkened shop, gave him a peace larger than the object deserved. It was only a book. Yet it marked the simple fact that the day had been allowed to end where it should end. And Peter, who had spent years helping everyone total their losses and miscalculations, began at last to understand another kind of accounting. What it cost a life to stay mentally open past its rightful hour. What quiet profit there was in letting one page remain blank until dawn. Story 11. Miriam and the guest room. She let go. Quietly. Miriam's house had a guest room she kept better than some people keep their own lives. The sheets were always washed and folded smooth. A small vase sat on the sill in spring and summer, sometimes with rosemary, sometimes with one stem of whatever had survived longest in the garden. In the linen cupboard nearby, she kept extra blankets aired and ready, along with soap wrapped in paper and a night jug polished more from habit than necessity. No one had asked her to live this way. But over the years, the room had become part of how others understood her. If a niece needed a place after a quarrel with her husband, she came to Miriam. If a cousin missed the late train, there was Miriam's guest room. If a sister wanted a few days of quiet that somehow included long, tearful evenings in someone else's kitchen, it was Miriam who turned back the coverlet and said, "Of course, stay as long as needed." At first, she offered the room gladly. Hospitality had been one of the cleanest forms of love she knew. To prepare a bed, to warm water, to leave a lamp and a folded towel, to let a troubled person close a door behind themselves and feel, if only briefly, that the world had not hardened entirely. But there is a difference between keeping mercy ready and keeping your whole life permanently interrupted. Over time, the guest room stopped being an occasional kindness and became a standing condition. Even when empty, it was occupied by possibility. Miriam noticed that she never truly used the small room for anything of her own because it had to remain available for someone else's emergency, sorrow, confusion, or poorly planned return. Sometimes she would pause at the doorway and imagine placing a writing desk there, or a narrow daybed where she could read in the rain. Once she thought of storing her mother's old cedar trunk there and finally sorting the letters tied inside with blue ribbon. But each thought ended the same way. Better not. Someone may need the room. Years passed inside that sentence. One autumn, a string of visitors came through so steadily that the guest room scarcely cooled between them. First a nephew after trouble at work, then her sister for 3 nights that turned to 8, then Mrs. Bell's daughter with a feverish child, then a cousin traveling south, then north again 3 weeks later, each time certain the room would be waiting, because had it not always been? Miriam washed sheets until her hands reddened in basin water, carried trays, refilled pitchers, listened through walls to crying, coughing, pacing, whispered late-night conversations, restless feet crossing floorboards above the kitchen. She did not resent any one person fully. That would have been simpler. What wore her down was the condition of endless preparedness itself. Even on quiet evenings, she found herself mentally arranged around interruption. Would the room need warming tonight? Were the spare towels dry? Had she enough tea in the tin if someone arrived after dark? Wanting comfort rather than lodging, but somehow requiring both? It seemed to her increasingly that she no longer lived in a house. She lived in a threshold. One rainy afternoon, after stripping the bed yet again and carrying damp linens to the back line under a sky the color of pewter, Miriam stood in the guest room doorway and looked at the little space as if seeing it for the first time. The coverlet lay folded at the foot of the bed. The wallpaper, once patterned with pale leaves, had faded almost to shadow. Rain moved down the pane in slow, crooked threads. The room was tidy, decent, generous, and she was tired of it. Not of kindness, of readiness, of the way an entire room of her house had been taught to wait for other people's needs before her own life ever had a chance to imagine itself there. She stepped inside and sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped slightly. Somewhere in the yard, a gate clicked in the wind. She placed both hands beside her on the coverlet and felt a grief she could not explain to anyone who had only ever seen the room as a blessing. It was grief for all the uninterrupted seasons she had not lived in this part of the house. Grief for all the small private uses abandoned before they took shape. Grief, too, for the fear that if she altered the room, she might become, in some invisible but permanent way, less loving than she had always hoped to be. She did not decide everything that afternoon, but she rose with one clear thought. The room would not stay like this forever. Over the next week, she moved slowly. She carried out the spare cot, emptied the drawer where emergency toothbrushes and wrapped soap had accumulated, took the winter blankets to the cedar chest, and left only one set of clean sheets in the cupboard instead of 4. She brought in her mother's trunk at last and set it beneath the window. Then, after 2 days of hesitation, she carried in a small writing table that had been sitting unused in the hallway for years. The room changed at once. Not into something closed-hearted, into something inhabited. There was still a bed, Someone in real need could still sleep there, but the room no longer existed solely in surrender to possible arrival. On the writing table, Miriam placed a lamp, her better paper, and the box of old letters she had postponed reading through half her life. When her sister visited the following month and asked in the light, easy tone of habit whether the guest room was free in case she felt like staying 2 or 3 nights, Miriam said, "You may stay 1 night if needed. After that, I need the room for my own use." Her sister looked surprised, then curious. Then, because the world is often less dramatic than the anxious heart predicts, she simply said, "Of course," and asked no further question. That evening, after the house had gone quiet, Miriam sat at the little writing table while rain touched the glass. She opened the cedar trunk, untied one blue ribbon, read the first old letter slowly under the lamplight. The room held her differently now. Not as caretaker, not as perpetual host. As a woman finally allowed to enter a chamber of her own house without first imagining who else might need it more. Outside, the rain went on. The bed remained neatly made. Mercy had not vanished from the room. It had only been restored to proportion. Miriam realized then that kindness does not require a life to remain permanently rearranged for interruption. A home may keep one lamp for others and still keep one room for the soul that lives there. She read until the rain softened. Then she closed the letters, lowered the lamp, and left the guest room not empty, but gently reclaimed. By now, the stepping back no longer looks harsh. It looks tired, tender, necessary. A lamp lowered to save its oil. A gate closed before the roots are trampled. A room reclaimed by silence. A bench left empty at dusk. A work table moved out of the public eye. A road walked for no reason except that the soul needed 1 hour without being summoned. A winter garden finally kept for the one who planted it. A workshop key no longer passed from hand to hand. A Sunday chair protected before the afternoon can consume it. A ledger left closed after nightfall. A guest room returned at last to a human life instead of endless contingency. What these people protected was not selfishness, it was the inward ground, where kindness either renews itself or starts to wear thin. When that ground is crossed too often, giving changes. It can still look gentle from the outside, but inside it begins to fray. Warmth becomes effort. Patience becomes performance. Care starts to feel borrowed from a self that no longer has enough left. That is why stepping back can feel sorrowful, even when it is right. A person is not only closing doors, they are loosening an old identity. The useful one, the reachable one, the one who never keeps the best hour, the best room, the best tool, the best silence for themselves. And perhaps some of the sadness comes from this too. The world may never fully notice what it asked of you. It may only notice that the gate is closed now, that the key is no longer where it used to be, that the evening cannot be reopened, that the room is no longer waiting in quite the same way. Still, let the fear soften. Distance is not always punishment. At times it is simply good stewardship of a tired heart. At times it is the hand that closes the door gently so that love may remain love, instead of hardening into resentment behind a polite face. At times it is the saving of an hour, the keeping of a key, the quiet refusal to let every good room become public ground. And sometimes, when night is deep enough, stepping back is only the soul finding its way back to its own small lamp and sitting beside it in peace. Now the stories grow dim. The valley lamp is lowered. The orchard gate is latched. The convent door is closed. The harbor bench waits in the evening mist, without anyone upon it. The sewing table rests in its back room. The ridge road disappears into dusk. The winter garden holds its snow in peace. The workshop stands in the pale smell of timber, its key kept where it belongs. The Sunday chair by the back window receives the last quiet light of the day. The shop ledger lies closed beneath the lamplight. The guest room no longer waits with its whole life held open for interruption. Let all of them become still around you. If you have spent too long being available, too long answering the knock before you felt your own tiredness, too long confusing goodness with constant access, let the night loosen that old knot a little. You do not need to harden. You do not need to make a show of distance. You do not need anger to prove that you are allowed a boundary. Perhaps it is enough to remember something quieter. Your life does not have to remain permanently open in order to remain loving. A gate may close at dusk and still shelter what grows inside it. A careful hand may keep the key. One quiet hour may be saved before the world spends it for you. The last page of the day may stay blank until morning. Even a house of welcome may keep one room, one lamp, one silence that is not forever on loan. So let the world stay outside for a little while. Let unanswered things remain unanswered until morning. Let other people's weather pass over their own roofs tonight. Let the lamp burn low. Let the path grow quiet. Let the room belong to the one resting in it. Let the workshop stand undisturbed. Let the Sunday chair hold its silence. Let the ledger remain closed. Let the guest room breathe in its own dimness. There is no performance required now, no more explaining, no more disappearing just to prove that you are good. Only the bed beneath you. Only the dark settling softly around the house. Only your life returning, little by little, to itself. And when sleep comes, let it come like a door closing gently in a well-kept house, like a key turned softly at dusk, like the last light settling beside an untouched cup of tea, like rain moving down a window in a room no longer waiting for the next interruption. Not in fear, not in anger, in peace. Good night.